Now I'm awake, but still I wonder. Could it be that what I want isn't really what I need? Close my eyes and wish for slumber. Listen to the voice inside. It's time to leave the past behind. Staring down the path alone, I
Hey, I believe I'm live after so long of being gone. Welcome, welcome. To anyone joining out there. It's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute. I have moved. I have started a new job. I have a new office space. And I have a new project. I'm going to be painting about 7 minis for a friend of mine who is getting married next month. And honestly, I couldn't be more excited because this isn't just your typical standard minis that I'll be painting. They're kind of all over the place, and I love it. And when I say all over the place, I mean we have a mimic couch. If I'm looking left and right, that is because I am fidgeting with my settings and making sure y'all can hear me. Yeah, so we got a mimic couch. I'm gonna save the best for last. Let's see. We have which I mean, and that's already telling you that the mimic isn't even the best part. That's kind of dope. We have, oh gosh, Drider. Yeah, something like that. I've painted her before, so that'll be kind of a repeat, and but similar, honestly, colors to the one I painted before. We have the same model that I have of Dragon, also that I've painted before. Hey, that's awesome! Welcome, Kayla. Yeah, this is for Laurel's wedding that I'm painting. This dragon will be like a metallic red that I'll be painting. This next one, Beholder. It's a beholder, type of beholder. Beholders are my favorite, one of my favorite creature categories. And this dude, I mean, come the fuck on. Look at this. Look, I mean, let's even, this webcam is even better. How fucking cool is that, dude? And she wants it, they want it, Faye want it, I'm sorry, Fear. Fear? They want it to be like a, what is it, Ivy from Batman kind of style, so that's amazing. And then this is my favorite. It's honestly going to be the easiest paint job out of all of them, but I'm excited nonetheless. I introduce you the Untitled Goose Game Hydra. Duck Hydra. Goose? It's goose. Geese. I guess technically since it's a Hydra, this is interesting. Are you a goose? Or because you have multiple heads, you are geese? Let's do another close-up. How fucking cool is that? The fact that somebody actually made this. And I know Laurel has used this creature in one of their D&D, oh god, battles. I think it was a one-shot of sorts. But yeah. Ooh, okay, but still, nightmares are pretty fucking dope, honestly. Is it a custom, or is it a... I think, yeah, D&D, the WizKids came out with their own model, I do believe. But also, hi Kayla. How's it going? Long time no chat, friend. That's so funny that you and I would be mini painting on the same night. Love it. I've already primed everything. I feel like this, it's funny, like this is small. I'm starting out with this one. They want it to be matte black with silver, and I think I'm still gonna go with like debating if I should go silver teeth on this guy, because mimics usually have like their teeth are bone-like typically still, so I might want to do that, but I think I want to do like a purple inside, because that's pretty. Or should I do red? This mini comes from Etsy, and the person that actually painted for the Etsy store did this couch in red, and then did the teeth in bone color. I feel like bone pops. It's funny because they don't even actually look like teeth color. Like, they look like bone. Bony protrusions. Which is kind of interesting to think about. What if, like, the mimic's teeth aren't actually teeth? They're just, like, you know, like what you would see on a spine. Decisions. And I'm pausing now because usually when you mini paint, you want to paint inside out. And that's where I would start with this one, is on the inside. Oh, I'm probably gonna keep hitting this. Fun fact, so I have this like bedside lamp that I use to help me like have light downward. But it's one of those, like, it has a clear casing so it doesn't block the light going this way, and I don't like that. So right before this, I'm like, I really want to use this light. This light looks really great, but it's blinding me in my face. So I took, like, I got something I personally recently got from something from Etsy. So I just wrapped it around it and taped it. Called it good. So. I think I'm going to, I like the purple. Is it too much silver? I kind of like the idea of the teeth being silver, because that's what Laurel wants, as far as, like, they want silver and black. I want there to be a little bit more silver. Pops of silver. Pops of silver. God, mimics are such weird creatures. I love it. They're probably one of my other type, like, if we're talking monster types, I like mimics. They're just so classical. I love getting my players in mimics. I have a lot of fun with it. One of my favorite encounters, actually, is a mimic encounter. Well, actually, no. Was it a mimic encounter? No, I guess technically it's not. It was an animated broom. So I guess it's not a mimic, but I'll tell the story anyways. We were playing Curse of Strahd, and they were in, like, the murder house, or I forget what it's called, like House of Doom or something. The first house you can, like, throw at your players, and there's this closet that has a broom in there that's animated, and if they fuck with the closet in your sort of way, the broom comes alive and just whack, it just starts wailing on your players. And God, they're only like level 1 or 2 at that point. If you are like actually starting your players out on level 1, and they, you know, it's 5-foot squares. They just kept like swapping themselves in a line to like hit on this broom. And of course they would get like attack of opportunities. So like a couple people went down. One person was like, I have a net, I'll throw it over. And I'm like, great, you throw it over it. And, you know, I think I still, because it doesn't have the immune condition to grapple, but it made it save. So I was like, you throw it on and it like jumps through like one of the holes and it jumps out. And it was wonderful. And then when the party is like almost dusted, almost TBK'd by this fucking broom. It hasn't moved, mind you. It hasn't like come out of the closet or anything. One of the people were like, I closed the door. And I was like, great. You know, the broom doesn't have hands. You close the door on it. And I was like, you just keep hearing thumping on the door, and that kind of ended that counter. And everyone was like, we don't open that door. No matter what. It could have like 100 platinum in there. We don't open that door. Oh. Still one of my favorites. Why aren't you showing? Let's get this party started. I love me some straight beans, so let's see what this is like. Pretty chill. Pretty chill. Okay, so I'm gonna do the trim in silver. I already knew that beforehand. I'm gonna do its muscle, like it's gonna have its tips in silver, so it like scratches. Its tail is gonna be highlighted. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my best judgment, and I'm gonna do the teeth in silver. All right, I need to grab some wet wash. I need to grab some purple. I'll be right back. I think I might compromise between my purple and my red and go with the burgundy. Ew, ew, okay. Alright, Depends on the mini. Depends on how detailed you want to get. For me, I'd probably average for like a player mini anywhere between 5 to 8 hours. But that's just because I usually break it up. I'll do 2 to 3 hours at a time. I've been going for a long time tonight. Oh my goodness, 3 hours. But I'm just doing base coating tonight. So I actually started out with this guy right here. Primed him, got base coats on, and then what I'm working on right now is doing wet brushing. And what you want to do with wet brushing, anytime that you do it, it's basically just like liquid paint. You want it to dry overnight before you do any more painting. So while that is drying, I decided to do the base coat on is probably pretty quick for myself. So about 4 hours for these guys. We'll see how long it takes me. But it also depends on your color palette. So I got this guy. It's a little Hydra, goose Hydra that I'm painting. This guy is already primed white, but I'm still gonna do a base coat white with other details and wet brushing and stuff. So this spray, honestly, is probably gonna be like 3 hours, not including the drying phase. But then I have something like this one. It's an actual player mini. This is probably going to take me 6 to 8 hours depending. But I don't rush myself. I try not to. Thank you. This is something where I'll just have like a show on the background or music or what have you. I've been mini painting for probably about 3 years now, 4 years. And it's nice because I can just turn off my brain and paint. It really helps also having the right kind of paint. So Citadel a couple years ago started making these, they call them shade colors, but this is wet brushing. Because before, what you would do to get something like this is you would take, you know, your base, and then you would take a drop out, and then you would just use like water to drop into it, and then stir it up. So to me, this is like $4 or $5, totally worth it, and it lasts a long time. And they do many different shades and all that kind of stuff. Your layer paint is going to be a little thinner than your base paint. Base paint, usually you just do one coat and you're done. If you end up using layer paint for your base, you're probably going to end up doing about 2. But yeah. Thanks for chiming in. Great question. Hope you're having a lovely night. Thank you. This set right here is from Amazon. It's about 15 to 20 minutes, or $20. And you're gonna go through a lot of brushes. So honestly, if you're just starting out, I wouldn't like buy your really super expensive brushes, because if anything, you're gonna get one, you just need to get used to handling the brush. And one thing you'll see or hear about in watching painting videos is getting used to, or being confident in your tip, all jokes, with your exist, and it's all and what determines a cheap brush from a expensive brush is the type of bristles that they use. Your cheaper ones, you're going to get plastic. Your more expensive ones, you're going to get into like the horsehair category. Paint wise, I recommend going to your local hobby shop. You go there, and like the ones that have, you know, your D&D stuff, your tabletop games, your Warhammer, and the paint that you're going to end up buying, what I personally recommend are Citadel paints. They have great beginner sets, you know, that have all your basic colors, but you're gonna get your bang for your buck. There are, what is this? I'm trying to find the Army Painter. So usually your Hobby Lobbies are gonna have about two brands, probably Army Painter, which are they're geared towards like your Warhammers, all that kind of stuff. Citadel is kind of geared towards them too, but they're also getting the D&D category. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's all plastic as far as the minis go, so it's like all the same. Just the Warhammer stuff has been around, but like the miniatures and that whole field has been going for a lot longer than D&D, with 5e coming out and WizKids and Wizard of the Coast really investing in it. You're starting to see more and more mini sets coming out, and so they've been investing in their own different branding as far as that goes. But I am a Citadel person to the end, and that's because I've experimented with, you know, anything from Joann's. You can go in and get your acrylic base paint. You always want to get acrylic. It's plastic, you know, it comes off pretty easily with water. You're basically painting thinner layers of plastic on top of a plastic mini. But the thing about Citadel is it's a thicker acrylic. Not so thick that you're dealing with like globs of glue, but thick enough that you're going to get bang for your buck, and that when you do put on that one layer, you know, it is one layer. And like I said, if you get a base paint, and they actually say what they run. Yeah, you can see this is base. This is going to be a thick paint. This is going to be a thinner. If you were to buy like a base paint in another brand, you're probably, rather than like one coat of Citadel, you're probably going to be doing 2 to 3, in my opinion. And Citadel has done really well with their marketing in that they've created different types of paint for different steps. So typically, you're going to start with your base, then from there, honestly, it's really up to you. You can do your layers, you can do dry brushing, which is just taking a brush that you haven't dipped in water, getting like the tip of the brush in the paint, then literally wiping down like 80-90% of it on like either your hand. I usually use something like this, and then you're dusting the mini, and it really highlights anything that's like popping. So the ridges on her shell would light up really well. And then on the reverse of that is wet brushing, which is what I was just talking about. And what, instead of the ridges, what it's going to do is get the crevices and make the crevises. So you're, you know, at the end of the day, you want to do both, in my opinion, if you really want like to impress your friends and stuff. It's super easy to do, just takes time. I personally typically do wet brushing first. I'll do base, wet brushing, come back to dry and details. Just because the wet brushing is the more like, I gotta wait for the mini to dry. And, you know, sometimes I have been impatient with the wet brushing, but what I do notice, if I let it dry fully, the mini will always be a little bit darker, and then, you know, I have a better time getting the colors that I want to pop if I just wait, because then I see what I'm fully working with, rather than you know, painting over wet stuff, mixing up paint potentially, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, and then let me think. Then there's like varnishes. I have a varnish spray, which I definitely recommend. Maybe wait after you've had a few minis under your belt to get it. but I think it's like $8 or $10 from your local hobby shop. And what it'll do is it basically coats the mini with a clear plastic, and it will also act as a protector shell over it, because just in touching different things, your mini, like the plastic will eventually just kind of chip off pretty easily, but that varnish spray really helps protect all your hard work. Yeah. Don't give me that look. Good questions. But yeah, to sum up, Amazon, you can literally just put like paintbrush set. I wouldn't honestly spend more than $20. And then go to your local hobby shop. Amazon does have Citadel, but like it's nicer when you're in the shop and you can see the rows of all the different shades. And you could probably honestly Amazon, or you could look up on Amazon like Citadel beginner set, because I know they have them, but they might be like, it is, from what I've seen, more expensive than going to Hobby Lobby shop, and that's because this stuff is so high end, which is kind of interesting. You would expect it to be cheaper on Amazon and more expensive, but that's just what I've seen personally. That's what I've experienced. There's not as much on there. Maybe there is now, but like what I saw as far as Citadel's, like, because I think they have their own Amazon shop, or there are some suppliers, there wasn't much in the way of choices on Amazon as you would get into a Hobby Lobby shop. And what's kind of cool, people there, they've been painting. There's a lot of like knowledge at local Hobby Lobby shops, because you'll get folks who have been doing this for decades, and they usually have paint nights. So definitely recommend that, and you learn a lot of stuff. And then also, if you're looking for like a specific color or something they possibly have in stock, they'll know how to order it for you, versus being at the mercy of Amazon. I'm always about supporting your local folks also, versus just going to Amazon. And there are different tools that you can find in your local hobby shop that Citadel will have. Like, I'm not using it, but you can see that my hands do have some paint on them. Citadel came out with a regular and an extra large mini holder, so you can avoid the very problem that I'm dealing with now. And usually I do use it. I have both of them, the extra large for a mini like this and a regular. But I was working with that mimic couch. I was about to say chest earlier, and that's kind of an awkward / doesn't have much of a base. So I didn't break it out, and then I didn't feel like it. So here I am. And that's my story. Great story, right? But yeah. Where I get my minis, it varies. Again, you can go to the Hobby Lobby shop. They will have lots of stuff on there, but also Amazon actually has pretty good stock too, if you know what you're looking for. If you've ever heard of Hero Forge, common spelling, Hero Forge, all one word, go to heroforge.com. You can do your custom miniatures, like the player character that I just showed you a couple minutes ago. But I pretty much, so it also makes me budget better. I don't buy minis unless I go to a local shop. Like the model that I'm holding right now is actually one of the WizKids Striders set. One of the creatures. So I'm pretty sure I'm painting minis for my friend's wedding, who's like in a month, getting married in a month. This guy, actually, right here, this is the one that I painted earlier, I was talking about. This guy was off of Etsy, and in the last few years, with 3D printers becoming cheaper and cheaper for folks, and other folks getting really great at designing, it's kind of a niche market. So you can go on Etsy or other websites that are like Etsy, and you could, I bet you, find, like, you could type in D&D miniatures. There are folks that will actually print for you, and if you send them your STL files or something, you could probably do that. And then that's a whole other thing. You could buy STL files, which those are just kind of like where JPEGs are for pictures, STLs are for the 3D model, whatever. Kickstarters have a bunch of Kickstarters that where you can just spend a couple bucks to get the STL files of whoever is doing the Kickstarter, or even Etsy. And then I know this because I actually have a friend who works at one, but with, again, 3D printers becoming more accessible and cheaper, there are pop-up, like, studios, kind of like FedEx's or Kinko's, where you can, like, take those files and print them yourselves versus source somebody else to print them. But I would say, as somebody who is starting out, Hobby Lobby or Amazon for your minis. And then if you really want to spend, like, I think it's like $30 for a Hero Forge mini, like, get your custom character. That's pretty dope. There's different plastics that you can use, all that kind of stuff. I personally have not gotten a 3D printer yet, mostly because I haven't lived in a space in which I could host one, because fumes are a thing when you're printing things that are plastic. Oh snap, you've been making dice? That's pretty cool. You've been using the molds and everything. I've thought about it. I thought about making dice, but then I'm like, that seems like a whole other hobby to get lost in and all this stuff. It seems really cool, and props to you. I hope you're having fun with that. I'm also a DM, so it's just like I can only take on so much, but seriously, that's super cool. As a self-identified dice goblin, as many other folks are, always looking for the new dice. Any cool looking dice out there? But yeah. This Hydra, I can't remember if you were on. So I'm also doing this guy right here. It's pretty cool. If you ever heard of the Entitled Goose Game, that's where this guy was inspired from. My friend was like, oh my god, this is amazing. Somebody other than her made the 3D model for it, but I think this is actually going to go on their cake topper. Act as their cake topper. This one won't probably take me too much. Yeah, I was talking about this one earlier. It's late for me now. Sorry. Rambling. You're DMing your first game? Oh man. All I can say is, take your time. I always tell new DMs and new friends that are DMing for the first time, there is... Oh, the music's real loud? Sorry about that. I'll turn it down. Just jam it. Turn the game too so you can hear it better. There we go. When you're a DM, you are writing, or you should be writing, the chapters to a story. You shouldn't be looking at the details. Your players will fill out the details, but that's really what you should be aiming for. And when you look at D&D modules, they do that really well. They'll pace things out. That's why things are in chapters, and they don't go into too much content, because you're creating a roadmap, and then everybody else, like, they go on the journey of the actual story, and they can decide on that map where to go to discover everything. Don't be afraid to take breaks. Like, if you need to step back, or even just tell your players, like, give me a minute. If you're probably gonna experience at some point if you decide to DM more, a player who is going to challenge you and being like, oh, I'm gonna walk up to this stranger, who is their name, what is their story, I'm gonna ask all these questions. If they do that and you don't have that prepped, or you don't have a table, like, tell them, like, 1 second, I'll look it up and everything. I've definitely been in those moments, but at the end of the day, hopefully, you're playing with friends, and they should already, and probably do, feel really grateful that you're putting all that stuff together. And if you're using a module, like, lead into the module. And And I definitely recommend, just reading whatever section you are on, and make bullet points. That way, like bullet point summaries. That way it helps you just kind of know the content better. And something I also did as a DM when I used a module is create note cards for any relevant NPCs. Because for me personally, writing stuff down helps to commit it to memory better, or at least be able to access it better. And having note cards with the NPCs on it also makes it so I don't have to like flip to the back of the book, because that's typically how, or not even back to the back of the book. Usually NPCs and D&D modules are kind of peppered throughout depending on which chapter that you're in. They don't like have an appendix where it lists necessarily every single NPC. Take that back. They do, but it's their stat block, necessarily their history. So that's helped me out personally in the past. But yeah, again, just have fun, and also don't feel like you have to go 5, 6, 7 hours unless you want to. For me, I've discovered over time, my like sweet spot is about 3 hours. 3.5 hours with a good break. How would I scale encounters? One, I always think of how many players I have at my table. I'm always trying to be cognizant of, how much, if I have 3 players, it's, to me, it's okay to have like, probably 3 to 4 baddies on the board. But if I have like 5, 6, 7, I will probably lean more towards to having like 1 to 2 baddies on the board, versus like, you're fighting an entire whatever, and that's because of turn order and how much time it takes. After that, that's kind of like the first thing that I decide on. After that, I think of the environment that they're in. I always try to create dynamic environments. I actually just recently had a really good conversation with another DM friend of mine, because that's really the first thing that I think about before anything is what's the environment, because the environment is just as much a character in the encounter than just the 2 parties that are against each other. So, a good example of that is, are they on a plane, like PLAINES, or PLAINS, where it's just grass and it's flat? Is it hilly? Is there a river kind of going by? Is there a bridge? Where are the parties on either side? Are they in a forest? If they are in a forest, how many trees? Is it a clearing? Are they on a mountain? Is there a cliff? Because once you get to know or think of in your head a general area that an encounter could occur, then you can think of other fun environmental things that could happen. For example, was there a storm recently when they're on the plane and there's a river and there are logs going in the way? Was the bridge damaged? In the forest, how are there briars? Is it thick? And then like in the town, like, are they in a town square? Are they fighting in an alley? Are there crates? Things that, the characters could interact with while they're fighting to make the game, that encounter more fun, because you're also going to get people who are more RP heavy and people who are more battle heavy. And, the more dynamic those environments are, the more engaged you'll get those folks who prefer to RP. And at the same time, it's kind of 2 birds, 1 stone. It's going to be a really awesome fight. It's going to really engage those who do like challenges, and it's going to make it fun for you. So I kind of wish the DnD modules would have more in the ways as far as like descriptions on how you can make encounters more dynamic like that. And that's the conversation that I had with my friend recently, was about that. Was, you know, there is this focus on like who is against who, which is great. DMs always need ideas for that, like, or at least have tools of like, you know, in a forest, who can my players run up against? Anything to make it easier and less prep time for the DM, right? Like a lot of the modules or even the core books or what have you have roll tables to help you with that, to help you be like, oh, you know, my players are on a ship. What kind of creatures in the D&D world exist in the water that I could, you know, throw at them that would make it fun. Another part of that is there are some times where maybe you didn't prep as much and you just want to throw them an encounter, and that's fine. For me personally, I like battles to matter and have story. I don't just like to go like, oh, it's been 4 sessions, they haven't had a battle yet. You know, if your players are smart and they're avoiding battles on purpose or for what have you, the story is flowing well, then don't force a battle and don't railroad your players into a battle, you know, unless it counts for a story. Are they getting ambushed because they pissed somebody off, like in a previous session or something, versus just getting ambushed just to be ambushed? But as far as scaling the encounters, I know it's kind of long-winded. I used to use kobold.com. Site doesn't exist anymore. It was awesome, very sad. But then D&D Beyond came out with their own encounter builder, and I definitely recommend that. And what that does is you can put the size of your party, you can put the level everyone's at, and then you can basically gauge how hard an encounter is depending on the creatures that you choose. As you get more experience as a DM, it'll be easier for you to gauge how to scale your encounters. But that's why I kind of started off with like, how many players do you have? Because, you know, as a DM, you know, even if they're level 1, you're like, oh, I'm going to throw 10 goblins at them. Or even if they're like level 5, I'm going to throw them. The 10 is a lot. Like, just think of like rolling 10 initiatives, which first off, I only roll 1 initiative for whatever evil character there is. I call them RAR on the initiative tracker. Makes it easier for me, makes everything go faster for them. That way I'm not running, if it's an encounter of 3 or more, I'm not rolling 3 or more or whatever. I just roll 1. And I'll put it in initiative. And then that way it's easier for me to track too. So it's not like player RAR, you know, and I have to keep track of who's going when or what. Just, you don't want to slow the game down so much, and also it can be really draining for you for all the things that you're already doing. So that's kind of my recommendation on that. But that's why, again, I also gauge like, oh, what size of my party is. I'm running about 3 campaigns right now, and yeah. Yeah, if you want to make it weaker, take down hit points, lower the AC. That's the easiest way to do it, honestly. So, you could also say you're like, oh man, I really want them to fight this creature, but they hit so hard. You can, if they say, say the creature rolls like 2d12, and that's like a lot, like 2d12 plus their strength or something like that. You can maybe have the creature do 2d10 plus their strength, or 1d12 plus their strength. Like whatever it is, just like scale it back by like a nudge. So if you're excited about the encounter and you know your players would be excited at the encounter, I don't think that should deter you from throwing that encounter at them. However, the only caveat that I think the books would tell you is like, you know, don't make your players too overconfident, but also I always try to personally make encounters, because I'm not the type of DM that is like, ooh, it's the DM versus the players. No, I see myself as a collaborator with my players, with the ability to, you know, ratchet up the intensity every few while. So the way that I build encounters is I build them to the point where, you know, there could be a character could go down, like unconscious, not die, but go unconscious. 1 to 2, maybe. I try. Like, make it difficult for them. On it, like your average, your story beat, whatever. That's the type. If I know that they're going up against like a backstory type evil person, or like the big bad evil, like, to me that encounter is a TPK. Like, I use the environment, I use all of the, and like the things in my toolkit to really ratchet that up. But that doesn't mean, you know, again, I'm trying to kill them every chance I get. I don't think that's fun for me personally. And I don't like the dynamic it creates between players and DM. Because again, I'm building those chapters, they're filling in the details, we're having a good old time. And something that I do for fun, that I've learned that I like to do, because I don't really get to play very often, is I create a DM NPC that kind of follows the party along. And that way I can also use like the DM NPC as kind of like a, you know, hint. Not necessarily with meta knowledge, but just like I kind of speak through it to help them out. But yeah, to summarize, scale back the AC, bring it down by 1. That could be a big deal, honestly, already. Take down hit points, and then alter its attack by either like taking it down. If it does like a D6, do a D4, etc. You can also think of a way that you can throw a boon for them in the environment. That could potentially help them out. For example, like, you know, maybe they're fighting like a fire elemental, maybe there's like a well nearby or something, I don't know, something that could poke holes in the weakness, poke holes in the creature. So how I scale encounters with HP, I add up all my characters' HP stat. So let's say you have 3 characters, each averaging about 20 HP. That's about level 2 or 3, which means their total combined is, let's say, 65. I'll create an encounter where the creature's HP is maybe 10 above, 20 above, depending on how like advanced my players are, like how often they've played D&D, their personal experience. If they're fighting something that I think is overpowered, and, you know, again, let's use the scale of 65, and the creature, I'll try to bring it down to that, I would say 10 to 20 range. That would be my advice. If you're really like, you know, oh man, my characters are level 3 and I really want a beholder, and beholders I think are like close to 200, with like a natural AC of 18. One, you know, if that is what you want to do and you want beholders to be like a recurring theme, dude, go for it. However, you know, save the cooler stuff for later. But for that example, I would bring it down like your basic beholder. It's not going to have its legendary attacks. It's not going to have I think every turn it gets like 2 rays because it's got a bunch of eyes. I would take a ray away, so it only does 2. And then I would still want the beholder to be beefy. I might call it not like a beholder, I might call it like, oh, what I'm trying to think, because there's like young dragons. Maybe I would just call it a young beholder, because dragons are a great example of a creature that they're, they live for a very long time. So you have your young dragon, your adult dragon, and then your ancient dragon. You could do the same thing with beholders, and that could be your justification for them fighting it. So in that case where my characters are, say, combined 65, I would, because I think beholders are still fucking awesome. I still want it to be difficult. I'd take away array. I'd get that HP to 80, and I would probably bring the AC to like 16. Hopefully that helps. Great questions. It's kind of like studying a whole new like discipline. Honestly, you'll get to know stuff, and if you have somebody in your party that is an experienced player, lean on them. Honestly, I had a friend who I leaned on, and he helped me out tremendously, and it's kind of fun playing against him now. I say against because it's like playing chess with that guy. Do I use H? So in the start, as I was getting to know D&D and its rules and everything, I used XP. I wanted to see the feel for like how the rules were as written. I wanted to, like, from the foundation up, really learn how creatures are built. As far as, your basic creatures found in either like the monster manual, and just get a really good foundation for that. Once I felt like I had a good handle on it, I discovered with the way that I like to weave my stories with my players, the story gets really bogged down by XP for a multitude of reasons. I am somebody who, if like XRP is on one side and battles on the other, I'm kind of someone who's maybe like kind of in the middle, leaning towards RP. And the XP system doesn't technically award XP for role-playing. It only awards XP for encounters. And it doesn't even award XP if characters avoid an encounter in most cases. So I just personally, I realized, you know what, I don't like it. It doesn't seem to hit in my mind at the right places story beat wise, because like, oh, something tremendous could have happened, or they moved from like one environment to another, or another town to another, and like in between they level up because they got XP. It just seems weird. So I tend to lean towards milestone. And that also helps me build out those chapters that I make with, with that I fill out for when I'm prepping and everything. And literally in my DM notes, I'll have like the date, like in-game date. I'll have their current level, and then I'll have a little thing under that says like, in my mind, what I believe to be the next milestone event. So if it's a type of campaign where, it's kind of like Zelda, where they have to get the different pieces of the Triforce, like it's a really great way to like, okay, they'll level up once they acquire the next artifact, or in this like list of artifacts or something like that, or the next job they do, or the next bounty, or the next backstory that's completed. If it's a backstory arc, it doesn't necessarily have to be every milestone doesn't have to be the same either. It could be very different. Just whatever you have in your head that could work story beat wise is what I do. That being said, if you are starting at level 1 with your players, regardless of if you're doing milestone or XP, level them up after session 1. It's fun. It's the why you're there. If I start my players at level 1, after each session, I level them up until about level 4. Because that way, that's 4 sessions. At level 3, they choose like their path or whatever in their class, and then an extra one to be like just top you off. I think that's also the first time they can do an attribute or a feat, if I remember correctly. How do I pick a big bad? No, you're fine. I'm actually, honestly, I was gonna close down stream here. I'm done. Got this stuff. I do not mind the questions. How do I choose the big bad? Depends on the module or whatever you're doing. Depends on the theme that you're doing. And before I even have a first session, on top of session 0 or during session 0, I'll get a gauge for what my players want. I usually have a little, I have a list on like a scale of 1 to 10. Do you want it to be more RP based or battle based? On a scale of 1, or a scale. Scales are great. Do you want it to be more political intrigue? Do you want it to be episodic? Do you want it I try to gauge all these things, and then we'll even have a discussion. And usually before they even come to my table, I'll have a theme in mind. But that's also a good time for my players to, during that session 0, to voice what kind of themes do they want to see. The world can also determine the type of big bad you're gonna have. What in the Sword Coast, is it what's going on that could lead your characters to be, the higher levels that they are? Because one thing that a lot of people don't realize in scaling a world like the Sword Coast, and you think of the levels of your characters. So think of the average person in the Sword Coast. They're all level 0, right? There's maybe 500 level 1s, and then it goes up from there. When you get into the higher stuff, level 20, there's usually only 1 or 2 level 20s. There's usually 1 or 2 19s, and so on and so forth. And the scale gets pretty drastic. There's only maybe 5 to 10 level 10 to 16s. And that's something that you really should try to hone in for your players as far as world building and stuff. But Grim Hollow. It's a great time to do that. I love that, especially with October coming around. Grim Hollow. You could go classic and do something like a Dracula. You could do something necromantic, as far as maybe there's a massive lich out there, or somebody who's trying to become a dark lord or is a dark lord. A very Sauron character if they really want the good versus evil. Vecna is a great necromantic energy. It's a character in D&D. It's funny because he was the big bad in Critical Role, and then Stranger Things came out recently if you haven't seen it, and because the kids in that show play D&D, they gave the big bad the name of Vecna. You could have witches, maybe it's a coven of witches or warlocks or something that maybe they're worshiping a demon and they don't know it's a demon, but always always try to do like the misdirect. Like, don't try to make it too predictable for your characters. Is there something in your player's backstory that could hint at who the big bad could be? Do they run into them once? It could be a rival of one of the player characters who maybe made a pact with some sort of warlock or something. And then even Grimdark gives me like Sleepy Hollow vibes. Which I don't know if you have seen the Tim Burton version of Sleepy Hollow. Great story of that, where it's like, you know, this town, you have an investigator coming, which is Johnny Depp's character. The Ichabod Crane, you know, doing all these investigations, and he keeps thinking it's this one person who is creating all these shenanigans, but it's not. And there's some really great themes about like using other, like having a minion essentially to do the dirty work. And if you're wanting to have a big bad, like be pretty prominent, you know, introduce them pretty early on. Not necessarily as in like have a battle with the characters, which you could, but just find ways to drop little seeds or have them meet up with that person. One of my favorite modules that does that is the Curse of Strahd. It's very, if you've ever played Zelda Breath of the Wild, where you get dropped in this world, and at any point you could just walk up to the big bad and take him out if you wanted to. People have, or you can go around and collect artifacts and get stronger and make the boss fight even easier. That's essentially Curse of Strahd. You plop your characters in this valley where there's a bunch of rundown people, and there's the castle, the ominous Dracula's castle, Strahd's castle in the distance that you can see anywhere within the valley. And yes, at any point the players could go to the castle and get invited and all that kind of stuff. And then throughout the module, there's all these little places where Strahd could like introduce himself. He uses werewolves as a tool. He uses the fog, the weather, you know, all these like weird ominous things, because it's literally his realm, to kind of spook and build up that crescendo to the final boss fight. So, and then think of like, where would you want the boss fight to happen? So obviously Curse of Strahd would be in his castle, and there's a lot of like really cool layer type actions that could take place. Yeah, if it's something like Vecna, where Vecna's like trying to become a god, because that's his whole shtick, is there a place that a ritual could take place? In the example of the demons, like rising up, the warlock, patrons of the witches, like what is it that the warlock wants? Is it some sort of ancient artifact? Is it to break down like the world's barriers and create, you know, like bring all demons upon earth? In Ichabod's like Crane's story. Oh, hello! Welcome. Just answering some questions for a new DM. I believe Sleepy Hollow, like that whole thing was revenge. Like something super nasty took place generations before, and it was like, I'll have to rewatch that movie. I feel like it was revenge. But yeah, great questions. You know, again, just take it easy. Don't over prep too much. You know. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Nice. We need more DMs in this world. Legitimacy. I do have a Discord, and if you want to hop in there, you are more than welcome. You know, I would love to hear more about how your first session went, and if you want more help from there, I'm more than welcome. I love DMing. It is such a passion of mine. And this channel is actually going to be getting passion project of mine. I'll be streaming a new D&D show on here with some friends who are like best buds, and who I've found that I just really, for lack of a better term, vibe with. We yes and each other. We RP really well. We have so much fun, and you know, that's not to say that other D&D groups that I've DM'd for don't have it. It's just a different level, and it's hard to explain, but they're my people, and we've been in beta phase now for the better part of this year. I have about 8 sessions recorded that are just audio recording that I've been like editing and everything. Oh, thanks, next night. And eventually those will get posted, but the plan is to, you know, stream eventually once everyone is comfortable with their characters. This is all basically like beta session 0, them trying to learn and world build, because the world that they're in is my own homebrew world that I've been working on for the last 2-3 years, and it's probably going to be my baby for the rest of my life, and I'll eventually like print content, make content, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, okay, an idea for, do you have players already? Out of curiosity? Sorry, there's a little bit of a delay. Okay. Have they expressed anything that they would like to do, or are they pretty much like, we're just grateful to have a DM. we'll take whatever game you throw for us. I mean, there's so much out there. Next to Legitimacy is doing like a, oh, wonderful, yeah. Have a lovely night. Have a lovely night. Get some rest. I really hope your first session goes well. It's gonna be great. You know, have all the fun. At the end of the day, that's what it's about, right? Having fun. They don't care. Okay. Well, I mean, fall's coming up. You could have some spooky adventures with your friends. They could be, I don't know, like coming of age characters, where some shit goes down in their small town that sends them out in the world. Maybe they witness something. They're hanging out one night. Maybe they're having like the last maybe they're like on the last hurrah before they all split off. Maybe they're like 17, 18. It really depends on the world that you want to be in. They could be, let's see. It's a good spooky. They could be excavating a ruin. And maybe there's different levels to the ruin. So that could be kind of episodic, where each session is like them clearing out a level and finding deeper and deeper secrets. And then you could have other like peppered secrets throughout, as far as like, that's one of my favorite things to do, is for my players to like tell me their backstories, and then I take it and then I go, oh, I yes and them, and I give them a secret that only they know that they could potentially use down the road. Let's see, what's another spooky okie one? You know, there's nothing wrong with getting inspiration from other culture out there. It's spooky season. Hocus pocus. What if there is, you know, a coven of witches who in their town, maybe, you know, the spell got open, they're coming back to life, and the main boss is the big bad, or there's witches, and they're, you know, taking souls one by one to elongate their lives and all that kind of stuff. If you're wanting more of a, you could do like an Underdark campaign. if they're a bunch of dwarves, maybe they someone somewhere opened up something they shouldn't have, and it's like the deepest anyone's ever gone. What if it opens up into the Shadow Dark or Shadowfell? Shadowfell is pretty great because that's actually it's one of my favorite things that I recently learned the last year. So there's actual I love the concept of different planes within D&D, and like, you know, there's in forests you could actually walk, if you walk through a portal and walk into the to the Feywild. If you're like deep in the mines of a mountain, you could potentially walk into Shadowfell, which is where there are horrible things that are brewing, like liches and shadow dragons and all that kind of stuff. You could have a whole demon thing. Orcs come out of there, you know, kind of like Lord of the Rings-esque. You could have something like Zelda. That'd be pretty cool. Like, what if, similar to Zelda, there's like 4 different temples that your characters have to seek out in 4 different types of elements in the world. Maybe like a Zelda meets Airbender. Yeah, totally. That's basically what it is. I mean, and what's cool, I personally like the whole shadow theme that goes with Shadowfell. As far as like the different creatures like drows and even like the shadow dragons, that like there's a lot of like cool classes that can go with that. The Psionic Knight's one of them. More like mental abilities have come out recently that have been like supplemental stuff that you could play around with, that you could provide to your players. If they're, you know, if they're veterans of the game, they could probably get more excited about that. But yeah, I mean, maybe some sort of portal opened up. Ooh, like this. Although I think this is technically I think it's called a drider because it's a drow spider. This one's drying. But yeah, I mean, it just really, I mean, the world is your sandbox. Is it homebrew? Is it, you know, is it the Sword Coast? Is it IRL meets magic? You could do a thing with like a magic academy, could be a fun thing. Oh, hello! Welcome. It literally, like, not even the sky is your limit. I mean, you could even do like a space thing where you can be really spooky ooky. Like, you could have them come across a ship that's like been abandoned, and like, and I'm talking not like spaceship, I'm talking like Spelljammer, where it's like an airship. And maybe there's some like mind flayers, like, and mind flayers are also pretty fucking cool. I mean, do you know the history about mind flayers? Like, they're from the fucking future. They fuck up their future so much they come back to the past. That's their shit. That's the whole thing. Like, that's the premise for them, which is crazy. And then they have this whole, you know, Gith Yankee, they enslaved the Gith, long story short. They enslaved the Gith rose up, and they essentially split into 2 different factions. One in which they're kind of like your typical space pirates, and they have like a huge fucking chip on their shoulder because they're like, fuck you everyone, like, because we were slaves by the mind fucking flayers, we're gonna take over the entire world. The world belongs to us. And then there's the Giths R.I., which are more like sorcery. They're not as piratey, but they are like all about like bettering themselves, and they're a little bit more forgiving. I know. It's crazy. Crazy shit. That's, I would say, like, the whole, like, Spelljammer-esque, even before Spelljammer was released, I was already kind of getting into it. One of my friends really fucking loved it. And we were on Discord the other day, and he was showing me, like, the box set that they came with. Nice. I mean, and the content is there. Yes, 100%. D&D just came out with that whole set. There's so much there, right for the picking for a new DM or a DM, just in general. But yeah, I know it's crazy. I just I just also love, like, going into space and just exploring space as a concept within, like, Sword Coast and expand. I've been dabbling in Sword Coast for many years, so I'm definitely, like, expanding my horizons and just, like, the D&D realms. The Sword Coast has been great. It's been my own personal training wheels as a DM. I'm ready to get out there and explore, which is why I've been doing my own homebrew for a little bit. But yeah. Ooh. Nice. Ugh. Bards are one of the most underrated classes, in my opinion. There's so much versatility that can come with bards. Seriously. It's so freaking cool. What kind of bard were you? Or what class? Or subclass? Out of curiosity. Like, my wife made a cosplay bard who was subclass was enchantment. It's whatever the one that has, like, the mantle of inspiration. That's cool. Oh. With the go. Has it already happened? Do you mind? So you already played the one shot, but you're level 2. First off, how dare. It's a one shot. Like, at least let you be, like, level 5 or 6. Play the music. What? That's so smart. I fucking love shit like that, dude. Wait, so did your character have something to, like, channel that? Like, did you have, like, a Ouija board with you? Yeah, I hope your DM wishes to play on. That sounds like a super cool character. Hopefully, or at least hopefully you get, like, another. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, seriously, bards, underrated. I actually am currently running an episodic campaign where it's all bards, and the premise is they're touring the Sword Coast. They're making a huge, like, from Waterdeep and then a bunch of towns in a counterclock fashion. They're hitting up all these towns. They all have different jobs that turn into, like, these little mini adventures. And the purpose is they're not the only, like, bard group that is going around and doing all these different cities. They're actually, like, 3 or 4 others, and that's because this tour is like a rite of passage or a test for the bards to complete in order to gain membership into the local, like, bard guild in Waterdeep. And my players have their finale coming up, so I'm pretty stoked with that. A terracotta deck from the Shadowfell room? Shut up. That's so cool. Ooh. 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 I like that a lot. And flutes can be so creepy sometimes, too. Oof. So do you do like a reading and then you hear the flute go off? It's amazing. One of the few games that I've played in, I actually played through the Storm King's Thunder. I will always remember this because it was my first ever like actual campaign where I was a player. It was me, my wife, a friend, another friend, and in the beginning we got into a scuffle, as you do, and I remember thinking like, man, this paladin that's next to me, and the way that like my friend was describing them, I was like, they keep saying, you know, their armor doesn't seem to fit, or like they keep shifting their armor, and then they kept getting hit with like a kind of high hit, and something that I would expect like to have like an 18 AC the way that they described it, it was like things that were like 15 were hitting them. I was like, what the fuck? As we played on, turns out they were a fucking bard. They were a bard who accidentally killed this local famous paladin and took on the disguise of trying to act like said paladin. So like I learned their name one way, and then it was to this day like one of the best hoodwinks I've ever experienced, because I was like, you were a fucking paladin, what are you talking about? Ooh. That's amazing. That's so cool. Well, it has been so lovely chatting with you. I've been yawning like all heck. And I just realized it's 3 in the morning. 3 in the morning. I need to go to bed. But it was lovely chatting with you. Just to kind of show you what I worked on tonight, I did the base coat of these two guys, this Drider and this little mimic couch. The reason why I'm kind of sitting back and waiting is because I did wet brushing and the paint needs to dry before I come back and finish them. But thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for chatting with me. Yeah, I hope you have a lovely night. I hope you continue to play that game, and hopefully get your all bard group up and running. But that is all for now. I will probably be back tomorrow. As I've been, the whole point of me painting these specific minis is for one of my friends who's getting married. And their wedding is next month. Ooh, that makes sense. And then one of the spirits that you've been talking to becomes your patron. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's such a cool idea. Amazing. Well, put these over here. Again, thank you for chatting. I am exhausted, but I hope you stick around, and maybe pop in Discord and tell me all about your adventures. I would love to hear about it. If not, look out for me again and maybe pop in and we'll talk more. But yeah, I hope you have a lovely night. Thanks for hanging out. Bye.